Raz, dwa, trzy. Czy pani mnie słyszy? Raz, dwa, raz, dwa. Raz, dwa. Tłumacz na kanale polskim, teraz na kanale angielskim. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the 7th edition of the Night of Scientists at our university, finally on site. And we have excellent company, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Tomasz Trowiński is with us, the Deputy Dean for Promotion Infrastructure at our university. Bogusław Łazarz, Deputy Dean for General Affairs. Mariusz Kucharz from the city of Gliwice, our partner, and Marek Rojczyk from the metropolis, who is our institutional partner. This year we have prepared over 80 shows. It's a record. Cultural events too. There will be a choir and Mrowisko, a students' culture center. Some of you cannot be with us on site at various campuses of the University of Technology. For you online, you have scientific or rather environmental rumors. This event couldn't be possible but for a long list of partners and sponsors. We are truly grateful to them for lending their support. Honorary patronage has been taken by the local authorities, the Minister of Education and Science, among others. The ministry has been supporting us under the Social Science Responsibility Program. Polskie Górnictwo Naftowe i Gazownictwo, Przedsiębiorstwo Energetyki Cieplnej APA Limited, Górnośląskie Towarzystwo Lotnicze, AJUT, spółka ZO, SFZ Energia Limited, AG Studio, MZUK, Kolejkowo, Bajka Pana Kleksa, Śląska Sieć Metropolitarna Spółka ZO Limited, JSW SA, our partners, and we have also a donor, and the media patronage has been taken by the radio stations and Dziennik Zachodni, a daily, and a local TV station. Now the floor goes to the partners and the hosts. And Deputy Rector, Sir, ladies and gentlemen, dear young people, it's a great pleasure to welcome you here yet again in our humble abode. Our university is an open one. You can also visit us on any regular office day. We have prepared for you a truly amazing program. W rytmie echo, following the pace of environmentalism. Now this is the age of the pandemic, the age of the environmental crisis. So how can we live in an environmentally friendly way? How to deal in difficult situations? You might hear some answers. Visit all of the stands. Hopefully you will enjoy this evening, this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, dear young people, this is closely linked to what happened in Katowice. A special consortium was set up, and it was set up by 7 public universities, including ours. This university and other Silesian universities are active not only in Katowice, but in other towns and cities too, and they would like to open up to local and regional authorities, to local people to show their potential. They would like to boost cooperation between universities and the universities, business, and community at large too. Participate in all events that we've prepared. You are welcome to do that. This is but an introduction to what's going to happen until 2024. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, lectors, on behalf of the Mayor, Adam Neyman, may I express my great joy. Yet again, this Night of Scientists is taking place in our city. It's good to see that. Year on year, we have more young people, teenagers, children that have participated in competition. They'll get prizes too. We have also the Days of Young Scientists, and we will host them, organize them in spring. May I join the wishes presented to us by the rector? Enjoy this great night of science. Ladies and gentlemen, what can I say? It's a great pleasure to open an event like this one. This is the 17th edition of our Night of Scientists organized by our university. Congratulations first. Congratulations are to you, rectors, Madam Professor, Madam Rector. Congratulations on this idea and its implementation. You can feel this rhythm, the pace of the environment, but not only that, you can sense emotions, which is beautiful. So I represent this metropolis that consists of 41 municipalities of our region, almost 2.5 million citizens. We have a special fund that supports science, and that fund promotes events like this one. Congratulations. Congrats to all those who came up with this idea. I hope you're going to enjoy it, and I hope that you'll be infected with this idea, namely, no matter how old you are, knowledge is something really vital in our lives. Thank you very much, gentlemen. In a moment, this adventure begins, but first, prizes. Rytmie Echo is a competition that we organized this year. We already know the winners. Sir, would you please help me? I will read out the categories. Industrial jewelry. Till 16 years, Joanna Szlęk. She's not present here. Is there anyone who wanted to step in? Julia Fionka came second. Olivia, are you with us? Great to see you. Please join us here. Congratulations. And a prize too. Thank you. Barbara Skorek. Still, you'll get a prize, so wait a sec. Congrats. 1618. First, Angelika Wróbniak. Congratulations. Second, Agnieszka Konopacka. Are you with us? And over 18, Agnieszka Krocz. Congratulations. An adult participant. The next competition, it's a crime story taking place at the university campus. Now, Jacek Adamecki came first. Please join us. Julia Chmyrowska, second. Congrats. Third, Barbara Sieber. She is absent. We've already been tipped off and there's no one representing here. Eco Fashion, a competition for children. Amelia Staweska and her friend. Amelia and Michalina. Second, Michał Ławuś. Absent. Apologies. Third, Olivia Fiołka. Olivia, you're doing great today. You're collecting all the prizes. You'll probably study at the Silesian University of Technology. And teenagers and students at Micheń to the wire. Quite stylish, this gentleman, isn't he? Congratulations. Amelia Hirsch came next. Aga Ponopacka came third. Something out of nothing. Yet another one who's doing great. Adults, Agnieszka Kocz. We've got something that she made, men's apron made of jeans and shirt. An environmental podcast. Here, students worked with the teachers. Primary school students, Julia Kuś came first. Antibiotics will be made history. Second, Szymon Wroniszewski, Jakub Kuźniar. Ms. Beata Rusin was the supervisor. An oil lamp, or rather kerosene lamp would be a better word. Congratulations. Third, Alicja Jabłońska, Mr. Sokołowski. Two supervisors, Marie Curie Skłodowska, the first one of those that came first. And another competition. Take a trip into the future. Design an eco-vehicle. For preschool children, Maximilian Cichy, first place, an eco-vehicle with different types of propulsion. So I understand that this gentleman is a student of electric mobility. Second, Milena Marcisz, an eco-vehicle. Milena, please join us. She's quite proud, isn't she? Congratulations. A handshake? Thanks. And third, Kacper Liklich. Pojazd, an eco-vehicle. He is not with us, or is he? Can you collect the prize for him? You will pass on this handshake to him, right? Primary school students, grades 1 to 3. Alicia, are you with us? This is also a category related to an environmentally friendly vehicle. Yes, this work will work too. Milena Panuch, second. Milena, please join us. They are really doing great in electric mobility. Thank you, congratulations. And Adam Żyłka was third. An aviator, right? We are approaching the end. Become an environmental hero, a spot promoting environmental issues. First, Amelia Stawowska and Michalina Michalska. Environmentally friendly transportation means.
And those are the rewards for you. Congratulations. And now the second place, Bartosz Krasia and Bartek Lach. Let's take care of our little world. Bartek, Bartosz and Bartłomiej. Wonderful. Congratulations. Rector, thank you very much. So that's the end of the list. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is how we've given the awards. Hey, gentlemen, not saying goodbye yet, so please stay with us because I still have to speak closer to the mic. Okay. Thank you very much for being with us. This is a great pleasure of hosting you here at the Silesian University of Technology. And there is one thing that I need to say, that the Scientists at Night is about people, those who show science, those who are passionate about science, those who organize this event for you, that is the entire team at the Silesian University of Technology, but first and foremost about you. And here, Polish is going to show you around the University of Technology in Silesia, but I do hope they're going to have great fun with us, being with us live at the 17th Night of the Scientists. So many thanks. Let's open the door and let us have some fun. Now, Łukasz, we begin at 4. Is this correct? We resume at 4. Please confirm.
Prawdopodobnie tak.
Yes. Today is informal because we're going to talk about the Queen science, and Queen science is close to all of us people. Therefore, all the formal matters are no longer valid. So you are a doctor at the Faculty of Heat Technology, and you're working on the improvement of the diagnostics of skin cancers. So you are an engineer, but you're working on the interface of engineering and medicine. Does it mean that you didn't know whether you wanted to become a medical doctor or engineer, and you thought, come on, I could be both? Well, already then, as I was thinking about my future scientific career, already then my girlfriend at the time, my wife, she's a medical doctor, hence the inspiration, yes. And just to give you a direct answer, this medical field that we're dealing with at my faculty, it is exactly what our professors were dealing with many years ago as they were developing this faculty, because it's all about the transfer of heat energy. It's all about the transfer of fluid. And this is something that is subject to modeling and calculations. Also, heat transfer is something that is capable of modeling, and we can calculate it. We can do it in the case of fluid boilers and flotation machines, but also in the case of human body. You use this terminology. I don't know whether they mean anything to all of our viewers, but I have this provocative question as well. Heat technology, this is one thing. And in most cases, we think about these big pipes that pump heat energy, but you're talking about medical science. You're talking about looking for a way when you could be diagnosing patients in a more effective way and that you could treat them better due to better diagnostics. So how do you do that? How do you deal with heat energy in a human body? So how can we use this heat tracing in the human body in order to improve diagnostics? Well, we need to describe the heat transfer processes and heat transport and other terms, but actually the mathematics is just the same. Those are the same. This is the same mathematics that describes the transfer of heat within a machine and within a human body. We can describe that in exactly the same way. All we need to do in this mathematics, we simply we use the skin, human skin, and instead of the source module, we introduce the perfusion of blood, but also metabolic heat energy on the cellular level. And that is why that is so easy. Well, not easy, but it's not that too difficult to move away from the big power industry, that is the system power industry, and move. That is how we move heat energy from building to building. And we can do the energy audit of heat transport that goes through flat barriers such as a wall of a house. But in this case, it's heat energy going through another barrier, skin barrier. And we're going to talk about eco buildings. We're going to talk about eco construction business. And basically, all of our science today is all about eco today. And the environmental sciences are not only about this general understanding of environment. It's much more than that. But let us not reveal all of the secrets at once. So you say, if I understand you correctly, but correct me if I'm wrong. So it would suffice to change the variables in this equation. So you take an equation and then you change the variables. So you take an algebraic equation with a number of variables, you change them, and then you get another result. Is this the case? Yes, it is. So do explain it correctly. So, and this heating technology, is this something you've been interested in since the very beginning? How did you start your work at this faculty? Because I understand that you used to be our student. Yes, I was your student. I am a graduate of the engineering faculty and of the environmental faculty. And I was not really interested in district heating systems because the size of CSPs and the size of boiler houses was too much for me. I always was interested in something different. I simply was interested in heat transferring processes, but on a micro scale. And this is when I thought, okay, maybe my diploma was about the optimization of an open incubator for newborns. And this is the a diploma that I did during my studies in London. Yes, this is an open incubator for newborns. This is a device where a child is placed, a newborn baby is placed after just being born. If it's a healthy child, then it is subjected to exam. So all the measurements and exams are done there under a heat radiating device, so to keep the child warm. But in the long run, they also use open incubators for those newborn babies when we have some children with diseases. So there are closed incubators as well, and those are for the children that were prematurely born, and they need a certain environment, that is darkness, humidity, and temperature, to let them grow. So for instance, yes, if they're prematurely born. However, if the child has some conditions, health conditions, and we need to provide for follow-up to this child together with access, then we use the infrared radiators and the so-called open incubators. So this is what I've been dealing with. Those are open incubators. They already exist. This is a medical device that is generally used in medicine, but when using the numerical CFD, the digital fluid dynamics, I was interesting about the environment, the child, and the open incubator with infrared radiation. So already then, as you were writing your MA thesis, yes, later on I wrote an MA thesis on that, and then I did a preliminary investigation. So my MA turned into a doctoral thesis, and then later on I was working in the biomedical laboratory, which is now the laboratory of the biomedicine at our faculty. So you say that you used to work in London as well, and I understand that this is where you're writing your MA thesis there in London. So being a young scientist, what is the benefit of international cooperation for you? Well, it's everything. Once I did my doctoral degree for a year, I lived in Rio de Janeiro and then Copacabana. This is where I did my postdoc. Well, I can imagine Rio de Janeiro, sure. And then I was there at Federal University, and this is where I developed a methodology for early detection of skin cancer. What was the benefit of such international cooperation? It's everything. If you look at the world and what's happening now in Poland and Polish science, more and more people are active on an international level. They go abroad, they take part in the exchange of experience. We cannot stay put and just keep staying in one place only. We need to keep traveling. And I mentioned Rio because in Brazil, but also in some other countries, there is this duty obligation. So if someone graduates as an engineer at one university, should do an MA thesis at another university. So they need to travel. They must travel. So what Jarek, you said is it shows not only the lifestyle of a scientist, but also of a student. So this is the type of experience that may be something experienced by any student of any university, and in particular of our university. So what you're saying, one cannot possibly do science today without international cooperation. So interdisciplinary approach is absolutely necessary. It's a must. And your entire scientific career shows that very well, this interface of engineering and medicine. And of course, modern medicine cannot possibly develop without engineering support. And highly specialized medicine must be backed by engineers. I also think that it is about showing how much the modern science interdisciplinary in its essence, humanities and the relations between disciplines and areas of science, spheres of science, it's something commonplace. Yes, indeed. Without traveling, without international publications, without international articles, we made up in a situation which I read about in one really good book, that is The Unusual World of Discoveries. There, the author describes a person who lived in the deep jungle in Amazonia and invented a bicycle, and perhaps wanted to show the bicycle to the world. But when he left the small village of his, and there were already airplanes flying up in the sky. So if we stay closed behind the closed doors, if we do not follow the mainstream, if we do not cooperate and look at the others, if we do not cooperate or co-create, yes, co-create that world, then yet another time we may open a door which is already open, or reinvent the wheel. We should not keep reinventing the wheels. Indeed, this is a very good point in our discussion. I still have got 1 more minute on discussion. So today we encourage all of you to be courageous. Do not be afraid. The world of science is an open world. Not only here at this university, you can come, you can touch, you can test, you can see, and you can do something that is not possible on an everyday basis. So today we're open. Do visit our laboratories. You can see our scientists at work. And I actually have a question too, because that's my role. So wait till I know my intro is too long, but I also need to say something. It's not that many times that I can actually speak. Marek, so Jarek, tell me, what is it that you like about science? I mean, you could go to industry, you could go to work at any company because you've done this research. You could stay in London and could work and you could work in the business environment, but still you started doing science. Well, science is an adventure. Science is interesting, and science cannot be put into certain categories. That is to say, every single day you can discover something new. It cannot be compartmentalized. And I also know from my colleagues who work in companies, they work in a company and do exactly the same thing for 20 or 50 years. Yes, but if you like change, if you like quest, then science is something for you. Exactly. Righto. For you and for you, dear listeners, again, I once again would like to invite everyone of you to join us in Gliwice at the campus. I'm here with my guests all through the night, and we shall have a series of eco gossip meetings. Come here, see how science can be fascinating. Marek Rojczyk. Marek, thank you so much for this meeting in front of the cameras, but let me tell you that Marek is going to stay here and he is at your service. I don't know, maybe not through the entire program. Let's use whatever we have. But apart from that, to all of our scientists whom you're going to meet today during the Eco Gossip series, they will have time directly for you to talk to you. So they are here. Please come, talk to them. And I understand you're going to stay here for at least a quarter of an hour. And if there are many more topics than we have time, then we could think of more meetings. And there is one more point that I should mention. Please use the chat. We can get in touch with our great scientists using the chat function, and perhaps you will not find the answers to your questions immediately on the chat because the scientists are here to the service of all. And there are really crowds of people behind the wall of this studio, and they're waiting for the meeting. Right, stay with us. Eco Gossip is up and running. We are up to a couple of hours of really interesting meetings. See ya.
Welcome back to Echo Gossip. Maybe you will find us, maybe you've just joined us, you will find us on Facebook. And there is the Science Popularization Center, and you will find a link there too on our Facebook. Basically, it's a part of the Silesian University of Technology. And our event is something that you cannot miss. So look for us on a YouTube channel. If not on Facebook, we'll be there. We are present on social media. Now, why do I say that? Share that link, share that information with your friends. They need to join in. They need to use all this social media to actually interact with science a little bit. And our next guest is Professor Andrzej Szlęk. Not only a professor, but also an engineer. Andrzej, you studied mechanical science and engineering, and you have been associated with our university for a very long time. Now you work with heat technology. But I'll tell you more. The professor actually deals with technology, its acquiring and processing, fuels, central energy acquisition, but also coal bio use. So we have learned just a bit. It would take much more to cover a very long career in science. A minute will not do here. So this is eco gossip. And ecology, environmentalism, the natural environment, is something that is very close to the hearts of a growing number of people. No longer is it just a slogan in our media and our lives, but actually it is being more and more often applied. Eco, zero waste, is a category that we are more and more familiar with. Also, they are ecological or environmentally friendly vehicles, including low emissions buses. I would like to ask you, though, about environmentally friendly buildings. You can have environmentally friendly vehicles, so maybe you can say the same thing of buildings. Yes, because buildings have an impact on the environment first when you build them, because you need cement and bricks, resources and energy to develop something, and then they continue to impact the environment throughout their life cycle because they consume energy, and quite a lot of it. In 2050, keep in mind, so that's quite soon, we will have to, by that year, meet this goal, namely becoming neutral. So basically all gas heating systems should be done away with, and the heating systems should be carbon neutral by then. This is not a distant horizon. Is it actually doable? We live in Upper Silesia. We know how the system works here, what is used to fire. Coal is no longer our main fuel, and yet a lot still needs to be done, especially here in this region. Is it doable? Indeed, it is quite an ambitious task. Is it feasible? It is feasible, but it's going to be quite costly. We'll see what happens. Possibly the EU might revise its position due to social costs. Maybe this horizon will be postponed. Somebody might not be convinced, but let us remember that fossil fuels are limited and they're going to get costlier with time, while renewables have been getting cheaper, and this process has been quite spectacular. And furthermore, they are not limited in any way. Right. Let's look at what's been happening in recent months, especially what's been happening behind the eastern border, and that caused a global energy crisis. it is not something that favors fossil fuels. We've been following news, we've been reading reports, and we have issues with coal and other fuels too. And winter is coming, right? It's just next door. Maybe we should rethink the way we use and accumulate energy. In other words, Andrzej, maybe I'm going to phrase it into colloquial a manner, but maybe you should have some warehouses, banks of energy. Should we create something like that? Ultimately, it's going to be indispensable. As of today, renewables, so wind turbines and photovoltaic panels, they generate energy, but they are dependent on the whims of the weather. And into that, we fit in certain conventional energy sources, so they balance what we get from the weather. Where if we want to give up fossil fuels at all, we will have to change things, because instead of using fossil fuels, we will have to accumulate energy. You can do it short term, or, and that's the main task, you can do it long term. We have these two projects we're working on. We are trying to store energy in ammonia. Ammonia is quite an interesting chemical compound because energy density there is very good. In other words, lots of energy in a small mass. When you burn it, no CO2 is emitted. So it is carbon neutral. It is corrosive, so there are downsides to it. It is toxic too, but it is something that you can control. When it comes to ammonia, a lot of things are going on. When it comes to generation and usage, we have a number of such projects in our chair. I understand that you work in the heat technology chair. This is where you're employed. So let's talk about these fuels. Is it something that regular people, such as myself, will be able to use? And if so, what needs to happen for this fuel to have entered mainstream usage? Social acceptance of today would be rather low. You wouldn't have it in households, would you? It is incredibly stinky. Even microdoses result in terrible stink. However, imagine the following. You have this neighborhood, you've got buildings, single family buildings, and you have this ammonia-based power plant. I think that it would be acceptable, all the more so if it is stored centrally. And then you have towns, cities are simply fed with hot water that are transported from such a central hub. So it is not science fiction, is it? No, by no means is it science fiction. It is no futurology. You have first engines, commercial engines that are used in maritime industry, and they are ammonia powered. Maritime transport is the least burdensome to people because you don't actually see too many ships annoying people in their households. But still, the first step has been taken. Ammonia is an interesting fuel. By no means is it new. World War II, let's take this as an example. The diesel and other fossil fuels were needed for the military. In Belgium, they tried to use ammonia and they were successful. They powered buses in this way. Maybe we could do that, maybe a pilot project somewhere here in this metropolis, in the region. So we have those projects. Wojciech Adamczyk, Professor Adamczyk heads this team, and we are trying to actually demonstrate that you can use ammonia for powering agricultural machines. We are working together with Norwegians. Soon we will be able to demonstrate such a tractor. It's going to be powered with ammonia. Well, politics is, let's leave it aside. Imagine somebody's been listening to us, watching us, and they say, if I go there to your chair and have been telling us about this project, would you be able to show them your work, a lab or so? By all means. We have a consortium. We work with Norwegians, but also we cooperate with the University of Agriculture in Krakow. They are supposed to be responsible for this tractor. It's going to be a small machine, a bit of a toy. It's supposed to be a demonstrator. It's supposed to actually drive. Okay, you've heard it here. Go to the campus, and we have this night of scientists in all of our campuses, those of the university, Silesian University of Technology. Maybe you are somewhere nearby, you can simply take a walk and enjoy yourself there. Let me ask you about photovoltaics. There is this boom. We observed it a few months back. Actually, it is still quite interesting, an interesting source of energy. You can also hear that it might have an impact later on when you need to process those arrays. What are you going to do with those arrays when they are over their life cycle? It is not something that I'm working on. It is not as difficult as some people paint it. I don't want to discuss that because I'm not an expert, but without any details, science has been dealing with it. Even if it hasn't, it's going to, because it's not toxic. It's a simple calculation you can do. Let's take 10% of the Sahara Desert. If you cover it with photovoltaics, it's enough energy for all the world. It's not the best place for photovoltaics, mind you, but it goes to show that there is enough space in the world, unused space, that you can cover it with photovoltaics and you can actually power the whole world with those. Let's look ahead. The energy market, what is it going to look like? What about the renewables? Are they going to lead the way? Or are we, the users, are going to remain faithful to traditional fuels? Short-term and long-term, so two different perspectives. Short-term, you cannot give up fuels. Some people said that we can bridge this gap, natural gas, but due to the current political situation, this is probably going to be revised. Nuclear could play an important role. I'm a fan, actually. It is something that we should use. You should have 10 to 15 gigawatts of power in nuclear power plants. Long term, renewables will dominate the market. We also use fossil fuels, but only marginally, to a much lesser extent. We would like to remain climate neutral, and we will store CO2. The CO2 that is generated when you burn fossil fuels. We will store it, but also use it in a good way, I mean. Are we going to utilize the side effects of said burning? Yes, you can synthesize various fuels. I understand that there is a speaker that will deal with it. I saw it in the agenda. Maybe they will tell you how you can use hydrogen and CO2 to generate methane. Methane, let me add, that is plentiful in mines, and it's a mortal threat. I remember such ideas to use methane, to regain it and apply it, maybe due to costs. It has been abandoned. Yes, methane is actually, I mean the scale here. Well, mining ultimately will disappear too. it is not the right source, and it is not the right time perspective. Thank you very much for this meeting. Let me remind all the listeners, the professor is at your service, all of you here at our campus, because he will stay here and answer all and any questions that might arise. All of them, all technique and technology related questions. You can test it for yourselves though. Professor Andrzej Szlęk has been our guest. We'll be back in a moment with another environmental subject.
Hello. And now we're speaking to Adrian Kapczyński, engineer. So you are a scientific partner. You work at the Faculty of Applied Mathematics and Artificial Intelligence from the Silesian University of Technology, and all of our guests today are from the Silesian University of Technology because today we are having the Night of the Scientist 2022, and of course you should be here. But what is quite interesting is that, privately speaking, Adrian says that he is an enthusiast, a fan of new technology. You're also a basketball player. You like riddles and lost numbers. Well, lover of riddles, you're very, very active in social media with your puzzles, and that is not quite an obvious thing to say, so it's actually worth following you on the social media. So an IT specialist, and you've been dealing with IT for more than 20 years now, but we're talking about environment. So what's there in common between the eco-rhythm and IT? Well, first and foremost, thank you very much for a kind invitation. There is a lot in common, and I think today that IT today is a natural part and parcel of our life. I am a member of the Polish IT Society, and you would not believe it, but I have this folder here that includes a logo type. Do you see the logo type? Could you just hold it in a stable way so that we can see it? So what you can see there, since the very beginning, we were betting on this paradigm of processing in such a way that as much as it is possible to influence the environment in the least harmful way possible. So this is lean computing. A to Z. And even if you look at this basic most information that you can find in the internet, we're moving towards taking care about the environment as IT specialists. For more than 30 years, we've been working in the IT sector, but the point is to remember not only about the development of hardware, but also we need to remember maintenance and end of life of equipment. So if I'm thinking about data processing, I should think about carbon trail. I should think about the impact on the environment, negative impact on the environment. And today, IT for paramount significance, but we need to understand that data processing should be approached in many different ways. Perhaps not only on premises, not only locally. Perhaps some things should be done in the cloud, and the rest should be garbage collected. Well, indeed, 10 or 20 years ago, we really didn't have the smartphones, and now smartphones is much more than a telephone. It's not there just to communicate. It's not only source of information and content, it's also source of entertainment. And you spoke about green data processing. Okay, I'm speaking about smartphone, but to produce a telephone that will have a low carbon trail and would have the minimum impact on the environment, we need to design such a smartphone in a smart way. So already at the design stage, we should be thinking about a carbon trail. Yes, if you look at green computing, it all starts with concept development. So we are developing a concept, then we have assumptions and design and specifications. So this green design it's actually there, but smartphones are a specific field of activity because smartphones are ubiquitous indeed, and this is something that we need to do on the large scale. Should be a very responsible replacement of smartphones, and it's not only about IT, it's about environmental impact as well. And perhaps some of the tasks may be performed alternatively. For instance, I'm thinking if instead of mobile devices that are now a focal point of doing our tasks, their command posts, so to speak, perhaps instead we could use only those devices when needed. For instance, if I need to navigate around the campus of the University of Technology, this could be done, but not by a smartphone that I have, but maybe by some other devices around me. Or how about use interaction with a car? Do we really need a smartphone to have this dialogue between a driver and a car? Maybe it should be done in such a way that we get rid of these command centers, and what we would have only one central device that is connected one component, and if I enter my smart home, then this is where I have my command post, and when I am in the car, there is another command post. But otherwise, all around me, I would have other devices that could be connectable. There would be connectivity, and these services should not necessarily be offered by the devices that I have at hand or on premises, but I can use a cloud-based service. So to answer your question, yes, indeed, already at the design stage, we can approach it this way, but let us also remember that it is very much linked with the production stage. And there again, which is quite obvious, the production place may be prepared in such a way that we will be happy once we place green computing as an important thing to remember about, and then not only production but also distribution, not only distribution but also use, maintenance, and utilization. Right, we're going to talk about utilization later on, but we as users, we already understand, we're cognizant of all those processes that you're talking about. Therefore, I think that at least as far as the young generation is concerned, they have an increased level of awareness about the environment. They understand that we live on planet Earth and that we have direct impact on what is happening with our planet. Well, maybe it sounds colloquial, but you know what I mean, that we understand that indeed we have measurable influence in the way we live, the way we treat energy sources. We spoke about energy during our previous meeting, but generally speaking, the way we approach our lives, it all has a meaning. But perhaps users, for instance, talking about smartphones, I don't know, every season, or actually don't know, but in electronics, we have to replace the equipment. So 2 or 3 years later, we usually have a new device. And those other older devices, they're still in great shape, but then there is this vogue of fashion to have something new, and then we chase the new electronic gadgets. So it's all about user attitude, because users want to have something new. Users want to have something others do not have. Therefore, users are very active recipients of the new devices. So how about the environmental friendly production? Well, here we would need to have a look into some research, or maybe do some research, but indeed that is true. This urge to have new things, urge to have something exceptional is so very much stimulated that talking about staying eco is secondary. And I admit that I'm one of those who like to learn about new things, but this should be done in a responsible way. We're talking about virtual, for instance, enhanced reality, virtual reality, meta world, mirror world. So there is a possibility to see some technology of the tomorrow, but to do that, there is no need of doing that in the walled-up laboratories, but perhaps we can use what already exists. It's like having a car. You can replace a car with a service of using a car. So instead of having your own car, you can share a car, you can use car sharing, you can use public transport, you can rent a car. This is what I did once in the past. I was developing a museum of 8 and 16-bit computers, and I thought, okay, I'm developing my own little world, which is just for me, but perhaps that should be done in another way. So I got in touch with Krzysztof Trałowski, who runs the Museum of Computers and IT, and I think that this is something that could be done by every one of us. But if we look at the way the demand is stimulated, then it would be so difficult to stay put with all technology. But undoubtedly, computing is so important today. But then it has a bearing on our energy consumption, and it has a bearing on environmental impact. So there is much work to be done. And also it's important to change the level of awareness. Yes, right. And we need to use the devices that are built for specific purpose. So yes, indeed, we are interested in new things. Why not? And we as scientists, we are interested in new things and we are developing new things. However, as far as the use or reuse is concerned, then perhaps this could be done in a very different way. We do not necessarily need to keep using the newest brand new models. We can use some old equipment. And as far as IT specialists are concerned, financially, these people are rather well off. And we see that many times the solutions excessively scaled up. So as far our needs are much lower than the capabilities of the equipment. How about cloud computing? Even if I do have cash for some activity, but I understand that I can optimize my costs, and if I can have my service as a cloud service, then undoubtedly this is something that could be done as a part of green computing. So I'm using only what I need to the extent that I need in the amount that I need at the time, and some units may be then may remain dormant, and they may stay dormant until the time they are needed. For instance, we can dim the lights between say 2 and 3 o'clock, but then we can start using that asset at a specific time, at a specific volume, and therefore we could change the spectrum of use. Indeed, such consequences will be important for us as individuals, but it will be important for, globally speaking, the entire planet and for our environment. But you know, I'm thinking, and I think we spoke about it, this all needs a certain change of awareness. Perhaps we should move out our routine and habits that we have, something that we feel comfortable with because we've been like that for years. So perhaps this is about changing our attitude to science as well. Maybe we need to change the way we teach children and youth so that they have new skills, so that science moves into our lives faster. I remember my daughters, for instance, they are really good with new technologies, and for them, many things that may be problematic for me and may be challenging for me, for them, this comes natural because they were born into this digital culture. Therefore, the older generation finds some things more difficult, and those are non-problematic issues for them at all. We might remember what was happening, for instance, say in the days of the Polish People's Republic, and then compare it with the Middle Ages. But anyway, the way I know that you are very active science promoters, and you are very much in touch with the youth, and you take part in many different meetings, not only tonight. Do you confirm that as far as the youth is concerned, they are quite naturally more interested in science? Yes, I see that. As far as children and the youth are concerned, they are naturally curious. And this is something natural for this age group and age groups. And yes, there are new challenges, given that we work in a network and we live a network life. But in the past, our discussions have been enhanced with the IT. We're part of this environment, but in this environment, there are many threats that we need to be aware of. For instance, there may be data leak, there may be sensitive data leak, our private pictures may be exposed. And recently, last Monday in Katowice at the Silesian University, there was Piotr Konieczny from Niebezpiecznik, and he spoke about the girl who was subjected to this very difficult condition. Some data became public. Unfortunately, she committed suicide because of that. So yes, there is a threat. There are threats. We see that the young people are fascinated. We are cognizant of the threats. And this is quite a challenge that we face as specialists, because yes, we are teachers, but we're also parents. We're friends. So all of that needs to work as a full spectrum. And I think that this natural curiosity, and it's right and proper to develop it. And I see it after hours. The youth stays. Some schools, they just do their curriculum, but other schools do classes on ethical hacking. Or how about science festivals? How about scientists' nights as tonight? Or how about open lectures at the Technical University of Silesia? So there are many options available. But the most important thing is not to block the youth, let them develop. Sometimes we block them, for instance, at K-12 level, when teachers stopped and simply do not move on. But young people want to move on. Sometimes a young person simply doesn't know about his or her potential. So it's enough to prod such a young person to start developing in a certain direction. I remember in Katowice, there is this youth palace. I remember when I was a teenager, I used to go there to attend IT classes, and I saw people there who showed me how software development should be done seriously. And this is when I established contacts with companies when I was 6 years old, and I had my first microcomputer, and I started developing my first program. But that is because of certain environment. My father was an IT specialist, and he treated me as a person that was curious of it and not just a 6-year-old. So we do have these capabilities. We simply need to help them navigate around these sources and assets. When I speak to the first year students and I show in the TED.com the best lectures, I'm opening new possibilities and new opportunities for them. Now they have to be reasonable about their choices. But it's just like about searching for things on the internet. So they're out there, but we need to be directed. We also spoke to young teachers. And if you come to our University of Technology, there will be no problem with meeting young teachers. Adrian Kapczyński, engineer, IT specialist, has been our guest. And please remember, Scientist Night at the University of Technology in Silesia is going on for many more hours and more guests in just a few minutes from now. Thank you. See you. Bye-bye.
Cześć, tym razem poplotkujemy o motoryzacji. Waszym gościem jest doktor
Hello.
inżynier Rafał Setlak.
Now about cars.
Skromnie o sobie mawia, że
Rafał
jest
Setlak, an
pracownikiem
engineer, is our
Wydziału
guest.
Elektrycznego.
Tu
Rzeczywiście
jestem
jest.
podpisany, to jest prawda.
Tak,
proszę
żeby
bardzo.
nie zapomniał
Works
oczywiście.
at
Nie, no oczywiście, ja tylko dodam, że oczywiście
Department.
tak, jest pan doktor pracownikiem Wydziału Elektrycznego,
So
jest też
yes,
profesorem
this is
Politechniki
where you
Śląskiej
work,
i
but you
prodziekanem
also
tego
teach.
wydziału
You're a
odpowiedzialnego
professor
za
Studentów.
and a
za
deputy
studentów, za kształcenie.
dean, and you
No
are
właśnie, Rafale,
responsible for
motoryzacja.
students,
To
for
jest taki,
teaching.
znaczy motoryzacja jest Ci bliska tak samo
automotive.
chyba jak podnoszenie ciężarów.
very close to
My
your
Cię już
heart.
z tej strony
As
znamy,
close
a
as
nasi
you
widzowie
Można zawsze
teraz
weight
się
lifting.
przyjrzą.
Tak, i wolno zawsze można się auto
know
pchać,
that
to jest,
about
nawet można to
You
połączyć.
can always
sobie.
push a
Albo
car,
ciągnąć.
No
so you
dobrze,
can
nie wiem co było
actually
pierwsze. Nie
marry
będę
the
Cię
two.
pytać
I
o
don't know
start
what came
w zawodach
first.
kulturystycznych, ale ja myślę, że z powodzeniem
I'm not
byś
going
mógł,
to
jeśli nie
ask you
startujesz. A
about
startujesz, a ja o tym nie
weightlifting
wiem, no to
competitions.
wystarczy spojrzeć.
You
Ale
might.
do motoryzacji.
Even though I
Motoryzacja
know
od
nothing
20
about
paru
that.
lat,
So,
twój
automotive.
konik, ale
A hobby
elektromobilność
of yours
też
for
temu
20
konikowi
years.
towarzyszy. To
Electromobility
dlatego,
is
że to jest
something that
modne, czy
has
może
been linked
zdecydowanie
thereto.
zanim się stało
Is
modne,
it
ty
because
już
of
tego
it's
bakcyla
fashionable,
złapałeś?
To było
or
tak,
is
no,
it
jestem
that
na Politechnice, więc też powiem, jak to było na
something
Politechnice.
else? So it's the University of Technology, so
to jest nawet
I'm
może
going to
nowa wiadomość,
actually
nowa
make a
informacja,
link there,
że
a
nasza
new
Politechnika
piece
na
of
Wydział Elektryczny
news.
pierwsze samochody
Our
elektryczne
university, our
wytwarzał, ale to nie
department
chodzi o żadną sprzedaż, tylko takie
put
stanowiska,
together the
budował stanowiska
first
dydaktyczne dla studentów. To były
special
koniec lat
stands
90.
for students
Jeszcze nie było
of
Nie
this
wielu jeszcze
type
o
at
tym
the end of
mówiło,
90s.
prawda? Nie wiem, czy
Few
nawet
Nie
people
było nazwy
discussed
elektromobilnych
that.
wtedy. Wtedy nasi
Electric
studenci
mobility
Elektrycznego,
was not a
tam nasi
thing.
profesor Kałuża wpadł na pomysł, skoro
One of the
jest to
professors
przyszłość,
came up with
wtedy
this
to była
idea.
taka no,
At the
daleka przyszłość
time,
elektromobilność.
it was a distant
zróbmy-
future, this electric mobility thing. So maybe you could come up with workstations for students. We had this first car, we would drive around the campus. There was another one, Wartburg, almost half a ton of batteries. The range was poor, 100 km. It was actually registered officially. Students would go to Zabrze, they would record data, and they experienced this electric mobility by themselves, those students. By the way, it was quite sturdy a car because it had framework. It had to be sturdy for that heavy a battery. And you know, even computers at the time were heavy. Then came, you know, more cars of this type, including a Beetle. So we thought, we believed that it makes sense physically and technologically, electric vehicles, I mean. And it's something that it's there. It's there. My commute is 60 kilometers long, so I need to love automotive. I have no choice. And every day I see a number of cars with green registration plates, which is quite telling because these are electric vehicles. We, our department and this university of ours, basically we used to, well, oh, let me phrase that. There is a network of chargers, and we have a map that covers Poland. So what were the criteria in the transformer, the right population density? That's what people might do, but we took many more variables, and this is where chargers are set up. So we had a hand in that. Electric mobility is fashionable. Not only fashionable, basically it's becoming mainstream. You said yourself that you can see more and more green registration or license plates, if you will. Those green ones. But still it is something that we see as a bit of trivia, a novelty. The question is it going to become common? Those electric vehicles, are they going to become commonplace? You can see them, but by no means are they a majority. Why am I asking that? Let's look at what is behind our western borders. We said Germans would step away from internal combustion engines, but it seems like the automotive companies there don't want to abandon diesel and other internal combustion engines. Well, what's the issue and where is the hope? It all depends on how we look at this transition. Is it a hope or is it a threat? And 2035 is a moment when it's going to be illegal to register internal combustion engine cars. Now, the question is, what's going to happen? Will authorities give in or not? Because it seems like there is going to be no extension. No, it's a hard deadline. The manufacturers know that. They have some money. They keep investing. They keep selling cars. What are we going to invest in? New technologies or old technologies? And they are actually headed in this new direction. Sooner or later, manufacturers will stop producing old style machines by themselves. Why pump money into old technology? So it is a source of hope to some and a curse to others. A limitation, right. The thing is, we don't like what we don't know. We are afraid just in case. Now, I mentioned hope. Why does it make sense physically? Let's talk about economics. You might say chargers, but the public ones are expensive, it doesn't pay off. It takes time to charge batteries. There is war. It's raging, so it changes the economics. We used to buy resources more cheaply. Now they are much more expensive. Let's talk about the physics in cars. When you have an internal combustion engine car, imagine that it's going to burn 6.3 liters per 100 kilometers, 63 kilowatt hours per 100 kilometers that you've covered. If I covered the same distance in an electric car, I would use 20 kilowatt hours, 3 times less energy. Let's look at our bulbs and electric equipment at home. Look at a TV set that would use 3 times less energy. Would we dislike it? No, we would say it makes sense. I will pay 3 times less. So that's one upside. Another upside is for our natural environment. We have 18 million cars in Poland. There are many other countries. And if we reduce threefold our fuel consumption, you will save so much energy. And another thing, we don't need to transmit via pipelines all this energy. We can generate it. No longer are we reliant on one source of energy. We've got wind energy and photovoltaics and nuclear and this and that. You've got gas. You've got coal, we don't like, but it's there. You've got offshore wind. You've got other sources. A number of ways you can generate electricity. Let's look at the devices here in the studio and at homes. It's all electricity. If we switched off our lamps, we wouldn't be here. That's the best way of energy transmission generation. There are no pneumatic or other types of cameras. No. Basically, it's this new technology we've mastered. We don't know a better medium used to transmitting energy than electricity. And the same applies to EVs. 100 years ago in the US, most of them were electric. Then you had some steam-powered and then fuel-powered. Electric ones were simple. You would drive or not. In ICUs, you had all these levers. It was really complex. Fuel dosage, you had so many levers there. It's quite amazing that it took one human to operate such complexity with just 2 arms. Okay, this was in praise of electric vehicles, but there is this thing that is popping up more and more often. EVs are more environmentally friendly as long as you don't have to recycle the batteries, process those batteries. That's a really interesting subject. How can you defend that solution? Let me explain. Just take a look. Let's take those regular city cars, 300 to 400 kilograms. That's how heavy those batteries are. And we think that they will be used up. They do get used up, but very slowly. They deteriorate very slowly, unlike those in our smartphones. Because in smartphones, you can see that this battery is flat. In cars, this process will be more lengthy. Such batteries should last about 10 years. So they last longer. You have different chemistry there, different metals are used there. So they are more long lasting. Secondly, 300 kilograms. That's how big those are. If you have reduced capacity after a number of years, you will not have those batteries lying, on the side, because in the future the demand will be even greater. If you crash such a car, then this battery will be dismantled. You will put away, or rather dismantle those single cells. If there is a drop of capacity, replace single cells rather than the whole battery, and you can keep driving it. It's super recycling. So some batteries will be actually processed, withdrawn completely, but it's going to be a very small share. I don't have data at my fingertips here. What you could do is take 16 million, the number of cars. Let's assume that all of them are electric. Let's take 16 millions, multiply it by 350 kilograms. You will get a number of tons of batteries. The total mass of electric vehicle battery, assuming that all of them are electric. Now, let's look at our smartphones. How many smartphones and laptops do we have? 20 million pieces, 20 million of such devices are sold every year. They are light, those batteries, but look at how much there is. An EV will have a longer lifespan than our computers. So this everyday equipment is something that replaces quite often. So you have economies of scale, right? This is where the problem is. Those smartphones are basically ground in their entirety. And basically we dump it somewhere else, let others worry. In a car, it is much easier to reprocess it, to reutilize it, to recycle it. We've had an issue with batteries for a long time, and we never worried about it. When it comes to cars, vehicles, it's not going to be an issue because you will have a whole market that's going to take care of reprocessing. It's going to stay alive, all of them. Look all those logos, recycling logo, right? You do it already. Electric mobility, any downsides apart from the price, because they do not come cheap. But internal combustion engine cars are not cheap either. I believe that what we should focus on and think of is the following. Just look. Usually talk about electric mobility in the context of cities and towns. Small range, good for cities. What if you had good mass transit systems? What then? Yes, the mass transit could be electric, but why would you need passenger cars? Last Friday, I drove to this city that I like. They have this legendary dragon. I'm not going to drop names. I had already been there. 2 kilometers left. It was Friday afternoon. It was 6 p.m. 30 minutes. This is what my navigation assistant said. This was the ETA, right? And when I was returning, I was happy because then I saw 30 minutes, 40 kilometers to be covered on a motorway. Well, driving time is one thing, but your windows were sealed and locked in this city of the dragon. What about those, what your nose could sense? Olfactory impressions. You could sense things in the air. I was lucky when it comes to coming back to the cars though. We use our cars in cities, right? Towns and cities. So the transportation system is poor. Maybe we are just comfortable. Maybe these are habits. Habits are our second nature. Maybe we should change the way you think about it. Right. But the thing is, cities are in cities you don't have only single family housing, and there you have blocks of flats. You don't have photovoltaic panels, so you cannot charge your cars by yourselves. You have to charge in chargers, which makes it more costly. When you live in the countryside, it's much cheaper if you have your own house, You said that it takes long to charge, but basically, you don't need to do it at a charging station because you charge your battery at home. It doesn't matter how long it takes because it happens at night. So if you have photovoltaic panels, you charge by yourself because this energy is cheap. But we cannot move to single family housing, all of us. No, we can't. In cities, we should use electric cars. You will have, better PM results. But there, we don't have photovoltaic panels. We don't own them. You have them in the countryside, but there, basically it's a circle that we need to square. Americans, once they came up with this model, we have those nice cars. We are great at producing cars. It was after the war. Let's make many roads, give people mortgages, and those people will live outside the cities, this urban sprawl, and they will need those huge cruisers. And this is where we are stuck. EVs are good in cities, but you don't drive far. It's more expensive to charge them. It's cheaper to charge in the countryside, but there it is less useful. Logistics specialists and urban planners should play a role here, maybe. How you can, square this circle. Maybe we like this American model too much. The thing is, we don't have those cruisers that they have, right? Basically, it was logical. The thing is, times have changed since. So towns and cities are great. Medieval towns were great for horse riding or pedestrian traffic. Now it's different. You have those malls and you will not walk there. You have to drive there. So we had cars, so we planned cities in a certain way. The reality has changed, and now we're scratching our heads. We cannot just remake those cities, can we? So let me sum it up. Basically, when there are needs, solutions will be found. Something will get invented. This is why you have scientists and architects. And we hope that those children there, they will help us. Our professor is a deputy dean at one of the departments. He has been our guest. Thank you for this chat, but stay with us. This event is going strong. All 4 campuses are at your service.
So we have just spoken about electric mobility, but let's talk about something that may be not directly linked to electromobility, but let's talk about greenhouse effect. And Professor Anna Skorek-Osikowska is with us. Hello. Good evening. Works at the University of Technology, works at the Faculty of Energy, Environment and Power sector. You have graduated with dedusting and ventilation technology. As far as dedusting is concerned, this is quite a vast scope of research that you do, but also one of your field of expertise is CO2, or rather the sequestration of the gas and the reuse of it. And speaking of CO2, then we immediately think of the greenhouse effect, high heating prices, and so on and so forth. So how about CO2? Is this the culprit that makes the climate warmer? It's one of the culprits. CO2 is a greenhouse gas, like methane, water, steam, and some other gases. But we as people, we emit a lot of it. As a result of our life processes, because we breathe and exhale, exactly. But also nature was dealing with that, but we emit a lot of CO2 as a result of agriculture, industry, power sector, and there is too much emission of CO2, and therefore we are seeing what we see, that is greenhouse effect and global warming. And also this civilizational development leads to a lot of CO2 emission as kills that we improve from generation to generation. They're all related with CO2 emission, but is development possible without CO2 emissions? Yes, it is possible. It's not easy, but it's doable, and a lot was being done about it. We speak about low emission or zero emission technologies, but as far as the power sector is concerned, we might think of using the renewables, which are zero emission sources, but we also produce energy from non-renewables, but still we can limit the emission of CO2. We can capture it, we can incinerate it, we can use we call them air vacuum cleaners, that is to clean the air of CO2, that is capture CO2, and once captured, it may be stored in underground storage, or CO2 captured may be further used for the production of fuel. Right. So does it mean that CO2 recycling is actually possible? Yes, it is. Especially now, there is a lot of talk about it, because another popular topic is hydrogen. Hydrogen as the fuel of future. When combined CO2, hydrogen may be a source of fuel that we use on an everyday basis. So we can produce methane using CO2 and hydrogen. We can use other forms of fuel, methane beans, forms of fuel that may be used on sea ships and so on and so forth. So there are many products that may be used quite well. Therefore, CO2 may be recycled. Right, with a benefit to all of us, indeed, and for the environment. Right. Now, these methods, to what extent are they a panacea for the energy crisis that we are all experiencing? Well, as far as the energy crisis is concerned, it's just a way of using CO2, which may help us to start using forms of fuel with low carbon trail, which would be obviously good for the climate. But we need a lot of energy to run these processes. So undoubtedly, we need to be multifaceted. It's not about carbon capture and then using it for fuel production and then live good lives. No, we need to be mindful of the renewables. We need to try to encourage the industry to use such renewables. And I think that every one of us should try to reduce the emission levels in very simple ways. Switch the light off, do not use the car when not necessary, and so on and so forth. The simple things, it will help. and this will help us to save to begin with, and also to save on the environment. And that makes sense indeed. Right, so to what extent do we understand that once we observe ourselves and we see that we know a lot as society, right? We know a lot and we're quite knowledgeable, and we know that there are methods that are not out there for scientists only. It would suffice to change lifestyle, but changing lifestyle means changing mentality and our minds. Well, that is important. This is significant. This is super important. I travel a lot around the world, around Europe, and I see mentality in different societies. How about the Nordic countries, or how about mentality here in Poland, there in the north? Many people, whether even don't think whether to use a bicycle or a car. It's just natural for them to use a bicycle. They just take care of their environment, and they understand that this needs to be done together. They together have to think about the environment and climate. Probably that is a result of many years of this type of mentality. This type of mentality is nascent here. We start thinking in a different way once we're pressed hard. What happened has happened. Now we're trying to save because of high expense, and perhaps due to the deficiency of energy carriers. So yes, we are pressed hard by the circumstances. So luckily, or fortunately or unfortunately, we will change our attitude. So there is a silver lining. Yes, there is indeed a glimmer of hope that we may change our habits. Indeed, the northern countries, they're so advanced as far as education systems are concerned. They are bringing their citizens starting with young age. And we start acting only when pressed, only when we need some ad hoc decisions. And then we take decisions, not always the best ones, but we are known to be shrewd and smart and finding a way around a problem. As we say, the rules are out there to be circumvented. Yes, we're just kidding, but we do not encourage you to circumvent the rules. But seriously speaking, this change does not happen if we do not learn to respect the environment in which we live, and without which we will not live. I think that the young generation, that is the kids in the primary and secondary schools, they have a different mentality. They're accustomed to the waste segregation rules. They are used to some minor forms of behavior that help to save on energy. So it's already in them, within them. So we need a generational change. It is changing, but it takes time. So there is some hope for the future. Right, and now let's go back to the greenhouse effect. You can find any information in the internet, so let me see what I found. So, Professor, they say that animal husbandry accounts for 18% of the emission of greenhouse gases, and transport, the entire transport, is 13%. So the question is, although I guess you do not really deal with animal husbandry unless privately, but how about resigning from eating meat? Would that mean that we would reduce the greenhouse effect significantly? Would it disappear? Well, it would not disappear, because if it's 18%, then we simply would reduce the emission by that rate, which would be difficult to do anyway. But this is a popular way of thinking, and many people become vegetarians for this particular reason, which is a good reason, by the way. Indeed, husbandry is a high emission business. And it's not only about CO2. Methane is emitted in huge amounts with animal husbandry. Shall we be able to depart from this type of business? I don't think so. We are a developed country. We are a minority. And still, we cannot expect that the entire world would abandon meat just because we want to reduce greenhouse effect. Many times we are having much bigger problems to address. So yes, it's something to be done. those are small steps that could be done by everyone, and perhaps not abandoning eating meat altogether, just reduce the meat consumption. I don't know, eating meat 2 or 3 times a week, just a drop, but still helps. And as we know, a droplet will help us to change the better to lead to better situation. So why shouldn't we try? Right, now let's change our topic and let us talk about industry. Our region is quite specific. We are an urbanized and we are the most industrialized region in Poland. So what you're speaking about, is this feasible? Can we actually do it here in Silesia, where coal is still is king? Well, indeed, 3/4 of our electrical energy is the result of energy generated in coal-fired power plants, hence high level of CO2 emission, and hence the CO2 capturing technology that should be used, and such technology exists. It's ready to be used, but it's about the cost. But yes, indeed, this is some kind of a remedial measure that may be used at coal-fired power plants. There are other industries that use a lot of coal, and perhaps we should reduce CO2 emission by reconfiguring our businesses, which is doable. So our region as such may transform and become a less CO2 emitting region. Yet with the preservation of jobs, so without social costs, exactly, without dramatic social costs. So such technologies are out there. Well, some people would need to requalify, but this is doable. It's not easy, but it is doable, and this could be done within a couple of years. So I think it would take around 10 years or so to be done. As a scientist, you work on the modernization of our technology so the technology becomes more environment friendly. But how about social and economic attitudes? That is to say, to what extent? What is the level of awareness about the real influence of industry on our quality of life and the environment? And does it mean that big industry will actually invest into such climate-friendly technologies? Because it is not free of charge. It costs a lot. We have technology available, but is there any level of interest? Well, there is interest. There is a lot of interest then when there is coercion, when they have to. And there is a little bit of coercion in Europe. Europe has declared a goal of becoming an emission-free zone by 2050. So a lot is happening, and industry are getting involved out of their own free will or against it, but still they are involved, and so they have to invest into the development of such technology. They have to implement this type of technology at whatever level they can. So yes, there is this change of mentality happening with industry. Obviously, industry is first and foremost is taking care of their own business, but if there is a possibility, they can do it. And speaking about sources of energy, at the end, I would like to talk about nuclear energy. And given the current geopolitical situation, it's quite a topical issue, although it's not the best description of it. But again, we're talking about, in the context of the situation in Ukraine, we're talking about nuclear power plants again. Is it panaceum or not? Well, that's one of many solutions. One should remember that we can find one golden mean that will help us to deal with the problems. We need to use many different technologies. So we need to use CO2 capture. We need to use renewables. We need to improve energy efficiency. We need to do we need to reduce the consumption of meat, and in this context, the nuclear power sector may be very helpful in Poland, because our problem is the use of coal, which is super emitting. We have plenty of coal, and we need a lot of energy to be generated. This cannot be done overnight with the use of the renewables. So nuclear energy, it's actually clean energy. if generated on a large scale. So this is one of the solutions that it's worth thinking about, and we should not be afraid of it. Right, let us not be afraid of it, and let us diversify different sources of energy. Thank you very much, Professor, for this meeting. So please visit us here at the University of Technology in Silesia. It's the Scientists' Night 2022, and we are here to stay for many, many more hours. Thank you, and see you soon.
Wracamy do naszych rozważań nad ekożyciem, ekofunkcjonowaniem, generalnie nad
talks on environmental life, environmentalism in general. Eco gossip. Barbara Balon is our guest. Basia, welcome. Barbara is a fantastic girl, always active. I met her when she headed the Students' Union, so she's quite an activist, and it's been so always, and she has not dropped that, because I understand that now you had another union, that of PhD students, right? She is also an involved scientist, and on top of that, she's passionate about eco-life. In a moment, we will talk about what can be done to respect our natural environment better. As we've already established, without it, we cannot function well. Actually, we can't function at all. So it would be a bit counterproductive to destroy it. We are scientists and we try to actually prove a point using this scientific method here. You studied various manufacturing processes. So a question to you, this eco-manufacturing, is it even possible? Can you produce things? Can you manufacture things in an environmentally friendly manner? Yes, by all means, this is something that I work on. And there is this global trend to fight for sustainable use, to use whatever is a side product so that you can reuse it, use it as best as well as possible, to use it rather than to store it. Well, incineration or storing it in the ground is the worst thing that you can do because it's quite harmful. So this type of approach is part of the course, not only because environmentalism is fashionable, but rather to squeeze as much out of manufacturing as you can. Yes, it is not about being fashionable, it's about being practical, isn't it? What you said, what you described, can be linked to reduced costs, and it is important what we have in our pocketbooks, right? After all, manufacturing is costly. It is all interlinked, isn't it? If you keep in mind what is happening globally, the costs and using all the resources is quite vital. It comes first, doesn't it? By all means. I look at certain things as a consumer. So whenever I choose a product, I do a bit of market research before that. What a company does, all things environmental, and I pick the companies that care about those. Is it important for you as a person? Yes. And not only for me, there are more people, or at least it should be more important for a growing number of people. So great. Mentality has been changing. You can actually see that. You mentioned manufacturing. Zero waste is a concept that is growing in popularity and that is more important in our lives. We know that we shouldn't waste things. Food, water, electricity, because, you know, things don't just appear out of thin air, do they? We are more environmentally aware these days. We, individuals, make certain choices. We can introduce certain changes in our lives. Maybe we can defeat this, well, comfortable strain of ours, because we like to be comfortable, don't we? We have certain habits that we are comfortable with. Why would we change them? That's how people think. And yet, there are more and more, especially young people, who are more aware. And it's a glimmer of hope, isn't it? What do you think about it? Yes, yes, I share that perspective. You need to look at yourselves first. We have this collective waste management system where I live. And when it comes to waste, people say, other people don't do it, so why would I? But you need to start with yourself. Maybe others will look up to us. Maybe they will follow in our footsteps, and we might change somebody else's behavior. Speaking of young people, I have talked to this Julka, aged 4. I asked her, what is echo? She gave it some thought, and then she said, echo are colorful things that you put into this jar, and those 3 different bins for waste at home. A 4-year-old knows it. I think that those young people will just take it for granted. We still need to learn that. And the older you are, the harder it is. People don't like change, neither do I, by the way. But it's about your own behavior, your posture. You should be echo. You should do your bit. And if you do, maybe it's going to be enough. Every change, like every journey, begins with the first step. Quite often you participate in events that popularize science. It's largely about changing young people's mentality. Kids come to meet us. We are a university, so we tend to meet people that are of age, but we try to open up to those that are really young. And this is when you see that, when you meet them. This younger generation, those really young people, they teach their own parents, rather. We must not actually underestimate that. So you have different generations, and change for older generations tend to be about slogans, even if lofty ones. But this eco life, environmental life, what kind of impact we have on the world that we live in, it is no longer only about slogans. It is our daily reality these days. What do you think about this eco fashion? Is it going to be mainstream? It's going to be our daily reality? Yes, I believe so. Transportation, electric mobility will play a role. Basically, what I do whenever I go from A to B, first, I consider all modes of transportation. I start with a bike. I often walk. Mass transit, including train, comes next. Sometimes you don't have a very good connection, and only then do I choose a car, but it always comes last. Now, there is another argument, because cars are quite costly. It's also an issue of health. Bikes are better for your health, but also for the environment. By all means, you see how your fellow students behave, how their behavior change, and you have been following it for years. You know students, not only from our university, but with students, university students, college students in general, including those from abroad. You meet people from various countries. So how do you see it? What about us, Poles? What can you tell about us in this context as compared to other nationalities? We are a little bit above the median. So yes, those things are becoming important. When it comes to various conferences and events, those things are more and more eco-focused. Now, transportation, I've already talked about it. Coaches and other modes of transportation are replaced with mass transit. Various cities are planning various rail-related or rail-like city transit, metro-like, only above ground. So I think that if we keep going, we can, leapfrog those who are ahead of us. Coming back to children, often I hear, come on, Mum, why do you do that? The kindergarten teacher, the lady said you should do it differently. There is also a growing awareness that common good is important. Your parents' generation and grandparents' generation, for them it was less obvious. And when they heard it, what is common is nobody's, right? This is how people approached it. But there has been a change. Now, more and more often, we see that what is common, what belongs to all of us, is actually ours. And we, all of us, bear this responsibility for the quality of our life. Relationships are important. For example, what we breathe, the space that we live in, space that we create. If you like order at home, maybe we should also care about this common space. Let's do things together. Basia, a few months back, I remember the following thing happened. In our campus, there were vandals that became active, and they damaged lighting. And it reverberated quite widely in the social media. People really hated it. There was a wave of criticism of such behavior. Why do I say that? Basically, people condemned that type of behavior, even though it was not something that impacted them directly. It happened on the campus. It belongs to university. It was quite comforting, this reaction. Why do I say that? We all shape this space, even if it doesn't belong to us, it is still relevant. So it's partly about people's awareness. More and more, we want to live better. Good life quality is linked to the space, the environment that we exist in. The space that we are in impacts our well-being too, right? Okay. Young people have this self-awareness. Basia has talked about that. All the better. We, adults, sometimes forget that children learn by observing others. And that means that it's quite an important message. Barbara Balon has been our guest. I understand that you will stay with us. By all means, you've already visited your department, haven't you? Yes. Maybe you still haven't visited us, but you are following us online. If so, come over. It's warm, it's nice, even outdoors. And this is a very warm autumn. Not only here in Gliwice, but also in other towns. So just knock on the door. We might meet live. See you at our next meeting. Thank you.
So we have spoken about e-mobility, we spoke about e-energy, we have spoken about what we can do, all of us can do to improve the condition of the environment. And now the time has come for construction business. And my guest is Natalia Wielgus, MA, engineer, and she is just about to conclude her PhD studies. And she says that she used to work in the depths of laboratories and working on geopolymers. So you worked in the darkness of laboratories working with geopolymers. Geopolymers, I think it's chemistry, but it's geopolymers. So I think that this is an interface of a construction business with chemistry. What is it? Is it material? Is it raw material? Yes, there is a lot about chemistry in it. And generally speaking, now the guru as far as geopolymers are concerned, there is Joseph Davidovich. He is a French chemist, and he fathered the term of geopolymers, and people, specialists, have different opinions about that. They say that those are alkalically activated materials, but well, it sounds serious. Well, that's why I just say geopolymers, then people are less afraid to listen about it. Anyway, and it's all about chemistry as far as the geopolymer generation process, because it's very chemical. But as far as concrete is concerned, we also speak about concrete in chemical terms. So it's all about chemistry. So we are speaking about a material that may be used for building a building like this one, because this one is made of concrete. Well, not of geopolymers, but here we have concrete walls. Anyway, so what is it? Is it construction material? Well, geopolymers may be used as construction materials, but generally speaking, geopolymers are materials that are a result of combining fly ash with an activator, with sodium hydroxide, and we can use, for instance, water glass, and you could use that even do that in laboratory conditions. And once you combine the two materials, you have a mix. Then this mix becomes hardened, and once it's hardened, it may be used as a cement. And then we add aggregate. We can add sand, and this is how we come up with the cement. Well, to put it correctly, this is cement slurry, and then we make concrete of it. All right, once we have concrete, why should we look for some other materials? I mean, try to compare the properties of the two materials. And for instance, someone is listening to us and is thinking, should I build a house? So should I use geopolymers to build a house, as they are already on the market, or should I still use concrete? Well, I don't know whether in Poland one could build a house using geopolymers. I'm not sure that geopolymers are that available in Poland, but already out there in the world, they're building houses using geopolymers, and in the future it will be doable. Why? They say that it's more it's an alternative, a good environment-friendly alternative to concrete. Why? Because it does not include cement, water, sand, and aggregate. That's that's concrete, right? However, as far as geopolymers are concerned, it's different. As we produce concrete and as we produce cement, we emit a lot of CO2. Geopolymers do not include cement at all. They may, but should not, do not necessarily include waste. I mean, use fly ash, for instance. So, but not only fly ash. Other types of waste, even hazardous waste, may be used in geopolymers. Out there, abroad, they're using different mining materials from mining waste, and they many times contain heavy metals. many of those materials may be mixed with the activators in a bucket, so to speak. Yes, you just, and then what? And yes, most probably it will harden. Once it's hardened, you can use it for building. So first and foremost, we do not use cement. Second, we use waste. That is many times hazardous waste. And if it is not hazardous, then it's not necessarily the type of waste you can do anything else about it. But how about these walls? Aren't they poisonous afterwards? Well, all being well, they should not. And it should be done in a way, in a safe way. But you see, geopolymers, they bind to the materials. So those hazardous materials are bound by geopolymers. There were some tests done for washing out heavy metals from geopolymers, and they do not get out. So all being well, it is doable. So geopolymers actually lock heavy metals inside. And in my own geopolymers, I use kinescope glass that contains lead. Lead is heavy metal. It's hazardous material. But I use this particular kinescope glass as aggregate for my geopolymers. So this is yet another advantage. So this is the waste that is being used as the basic component, but I may actually add, in my case, kinescope glass as aggregate. And this is how we utilize waste. Waste becomes aggregate. Why kinescope glass? Why do I use it? Once a gentleman came to see my promoter, and he works in a waste collection point so he collects all TVs, because we used to have all TVs with kinescope bulbs, and so these then this glass is shattered, and then it's brought to such collection point. So once he came to us, and do we have any ideas of what to do about CTR glass, because he would like to get rid of the CTR glass. And there I am with my PhD. Interesting. So, and how about fly ash? What is it? Is it the result of incineration in our furnaces? No, it's from power plants, coal-fired power plants. So we have a power plant which is coal-fired, and fly ash is many times used as an additive to concrete. In our case, fly ash is a basic material. So is this a matter of future, where we have construction business that uses such innovative materials, if I may say so? Because in fact, it is an innovative type of a material. It's not that ubiquitously used, but to what extent may it become a widely used type of material? Or what needs to happen so that all of us switch on a large scale to using this type of raw materials? First, let me try to give an answer to the first question. You say it's innovative. Well, I don't want to be caught being imprecise. There is a theory that Egyptian pyramids were built using geopolymers. So some people might claim it is not innovative at all, which is quite a controversial point after all. But there is this theory that the Egyptians, instead of chiseling out all these blocks and using pulleys to lift them, they were simply nicely pouring deposits from the Nile River. According to that concept, then they were adding some other components available at the time, and in a nice and efficient way they were making their pyramids. And all such controversial theories have many followers and enemies. I doubt we shall ever know the truth. But anyway, in the Soviet Union, for instance, after World War II, they were using geopolymers to build houses. But they were not using some other materials. So was it the result of a deficit of something? Yes, it's the result of a deficit of something. But those are examples of use, but it's still innovative. Concrete is more popular. And now, indeed, there is a lot of research is being done about geopolymers, because this type of material was kind of used but not really used, kind of known about but not really known. There is more research about geopolymers, but is it a material of the future? There will be more of it, that's for sure. I don't think it's going to replace concrete anytime soon, because there are many companies produce concrete and technological lines are all tuned to the production of concrete and cement businesses, also quite large scale. So I don't think that geopolymers shall ever replace concrete. But I think it's going to be an alternative construction material, and there will be more of it. What needs to happen? Well, this must be cheaper. So we need to have a company that would make a mass production line. But the problems are that geopolymers are very sensitive materials. That is to say, even a minor change in the composition may have a significant impact on the final result, on the end result and on the parameters. So shall it harden? Is it going to work? Is it going to work as a material? So that's quite a sensitive process, and a lot of these materials need high temperatures, initial temperatures like 40 to 60 degrees Celsius. But my geopolymers may mature in the temperature range of 20 degrees Celsius, but usually such materials require high temperatures. So this is where we would need a production hall. So we produce some ready-made blocks and then they're delivered to a construction site. So we do not have such production lines. Also, those are quite aggressive substances, and I don't think that they could be easily used. So someone would need to start a construction line, production line, but it's quite expensive these days, even if it's based on waste. And activators are also quite expensive. So geopolymers are more expensive than concrete because concrete is mass produced. And we know technology very well. That's right. And what else? What are other barriers? Unfortunately, all this waste, fly ash and so on and so forth, they have variable composition. It's not like you go to a steelwork or power plant, you ask for a bucket full of fly ash and it's going to be just the same all the time. No, it won't. It will be different. Therefore, we need technology so that any batch of fly ash could be processed accordingly. So a lot of work needs to be done. So this is a challenge. But in Australia, we built an airport. The buildings and the takeoff lane is made of geopolymers. So they have companies who already do that in Australia. They have technology. They don't share their technology. That's proprietary. And their products are proprietary, but they already produce. How about properties? If this is a takeoff lane at the airport, does it mean that it's better than a concrete one? Well, I don't know the type of geopolymer they used. So it's difficult for me to speak about that specific example. But is it harder than concrete? It's actually better. Those parameters better than in the case of concrete. What I know, durability, the stress testing yielded better result for shearing force, for instance, bending force. So those geopolymers that I test in the lab, they have 60 megapascals, and concrete for building houses has 20 to 30 megapascals. So geopolymers are twice as durable as concrete. So would it be useful with the bridge building? Yes. So it's may be used for some strategically important critical infrastructure. Also, there are other geopolymers that are less resistant that may be used for buildings, for instance. And how about fire resistance and high temperature resistance? It's already there with geopolymers. I was writing my PhD on the use of geopolymers, and it could be used for building tunnels. And we cannot allow for flames to spread inside the tunnels, so the entire coating could be done with the geopolymers. So, for instance, steel works structures may be used with geopolymers. Also, the adhesion of geopolymers is much better, and so it could be used for binding structures. Also, it's corrosion resistant, chlorides resistant. So this is a solution for future that is worth working on. And given the fact that we have many mines and we are super industrialized area, so undoubtedly there is a lot to do with geopolymers. And during my PhD study, I was using fly ash from the Silesian power plant, so you don't have to go far away to find some ash. Yes, thank you very much for your kind meeting. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we know more about eco-construction business, because geopolymers are out there and they may already used in the construction business. Okay, thank you very much for your kind meeting, and see you soon. We are going to have yet another meeting in our Eco Gossip series.
And we are back. Łukasz Bartela is with us. He's a professor at our university. Łukasz, hello. So I've been reading about you, and I learned that you deal with technologies that support decarbonization processes in the energy sector. Quite something, considering the region that we live in. Decarbonization, moving away from carbon, from coal, is not terribly popular here in society at large. Yes, but there has been a bit of an evolution there. Swordsmiths, quite a respected trade at a certain point in history, and needed. He was. And similarly, miners need to be ready, because one day their profession, their trade will not be as needed as they used to be. A very respectable profession, by the way. By the way, the whole region basically flourished thanks to coal. There is a special culture linked to it, yes. So we know that carbon, coal was needed to build our economy, and we will need it still to overcome the crisis that we are in. It is important. Energy transformation cannot happen overnight. This transformation, the one that is properly managed and organized, has been going on for over 2 decades now, and it seems like we are stuck. Treading water, some people say. So we cannot do it overnight, so the mining industry is something that we will need for some time to come. However, some time ago we had 400,000 miners, now it's 80,000. This region is strong thanks to industries, so we will need them for some time to come. We need this culture, but there will be fewer miners. Times change, as you have rightly said. Our needs change too, our civilization changes, and we need different things. We had, there have been industrial revolutions. Now we're going through the Industrial Revolution 4.0. So at this point, as you rightly said, this transformation, change is a part of our life, our social life and industrial life. What do you think? What should we strive towards? You also deal in nuclear energy and hydrogen energy. What does it mean for us? What is our region's energy future and our country's energy future? We, that is, scientists, may feel kind of awkward because certain postulates were presented 20 years ago. I listened to Chmielniak's and Ziembik's lectures. I remember it was like, 2 decades ago. At the time, you could see it quite clearly. We need an energy mix. Back then, decision makers could have chosen a different path, and maybe they would have done that had they listened to those lectures. So what we need is a healthy energy mix. That's what we should strive towards. Coal and gas sources need to also be employed, especially in this transition period. We need to grow our share of renewables. Save nuclear energy is also needed because we need energy security. And when we are secure, when it comes to energy supplies, we will be able to grow our economy. And that's it. Certain technologies also needed. I have a great team, by the way, or rather I work in a great team, and we are working on energy storage, which is of key importance for the renewable energy system to spread its wings. Are we managing there, or is it still a challenge? You mean energy storage? It is a huge challenge. And here we also need a mix of technologies just like in energy manufacturing. Here in storage, we need a good, healthy mix. Disseminated systems that rely on lithium-ion batteries are needed. You mean batteries? Yes, batteries are very much needed, but they will not be enough. They will not suffice for renewables to spread their wings. We need much larger scale energy storage systems, just like more centralized energy generation systems. What you have mentioned is that some time ago, 20 years ago, we knew which direction we should take. Whatever happened, happened. We see an energy crisis that's ongoing. We know how much we've done or haven't done. We are facing certain issues. We know our place in rank and file. So the question is, we have this awareness. We know that changes are needed. How can we translate it all into reality? Costs are an important factor. They are in the way when we want to implement interesting ideas. By the way, ideas are plentiful. At this this university of ours, we have been working for years now on large-scale energy storage systems. We've got 9 patents, including one that is European patent. These solutions could be adapted quite soon. Now we are trying to grow them. We need an impulse so that a proper investment takes place, and this impulse is coming. In this decade, those large-scale systems will have to be built. We do have such systems. We have those systems that pump water, but at this point it is not free market economy. Economically speaking, it is not yet viable, but soon independent investors will be able to actually do that, and it should actually be economically viable. So this market should be demonopolized, shouldn't it? It'll be an opportunity for the market to grow. So at this point, we are stimulated such technology growth that will help us to grow renewables further, at the same time improving our energy security. What we would like to see is to have fewer natural gas supplies. But for that, we need energy storage systems, because that could be used to balance the renewable systems. By the way, nuclear could play a role here, or rather should. And we need to cut down on natural gas. At this point, it would be an upside. Nuclear, it has popped up a number of times today in our gossips. And you have been actually researching that. So, coal plants, can you easily swap coal for nuclear? Is it even possible? It's a very difficult issue. Not even technologically speaking. We know that building such nuclear systems can place only in certain conditions. It is experts that make sure that nuclear systems are developed in compliance. Namely, they need to be safe and secure, distant from coal mines, just to give you one example. So you have coal-based units. They are close to mines, so that's an issue. Coal to nuclear is a thing. September this year, the US authorities issued a report. There you see the right direction and the potential that is there in the US, those coal sources that could be swapped and set up nuclear in their place. So it is interesting. We have this project, it's ongoing, there's a large consortium. We are the leader of said project, we as the Silesian University of Technology. And we are after decarbonization. And we are looking at the application of nuclear reactors. I believe that the results could be quite interesting, and it could be an interesting option for Poland too. What could we do to convince people that nuclear is a safe source of energy? Well, it's a mental thing, a mental difficulty. I'm an engineer. As an engineer, it's not something that I focus on, but you see it, right? It's about social consent, isn't it? In our project, we have the Sobieski Institute, and they are actually working on those social issues. It's a completely different milieu. So you have those large systems in the Pomerania, Żarnowiec is a good example. This power plant that was to be developed in the 80s, 90s, but wasn't. So it's different because here in the Silesia, we have the mining industry, right? And people are used to mining. They are used to coal power plants. So this transformation, in a manner of speaking here, would be simpler. People who live here know that the energy sector doesn't bite. People need jobs. The industry needs energy. It's important. As an engineer, I could say that nuclear is very safe. Over 400 nuclear reactors are in operation globally. And over decades, many decades, we've had what? 2 accidents, and by the way, they were not terribly costly when it comes to human lives. And we believe that this type of energy is dangerous. We've got what, 10 power plants close to our borders. The energy from nuclear is the most safe and the most environmentally friendly type of energy generation. What about Germany? Germany bet on nuclear at a certain point in time, and now they're actually thinking of returning to coal. The market plays a role here. So maybe this road to transformation could be extended because of the market. Because, you know, we take a step forward to say 2 steps back. I believe that the Germans would not like to return to coal, but they wanted to return to gas. And that goes to show that you need to rely on your own sources when you build your energy system, or you need diversification. Uranium could be used, and that is something that could be safely transported in small quantities and safely stored. And thus you could have a stock for decades to come. Gas as an energy medium carries a risk because the tap could be closed. And it's something that not only Poland, but many other countries in Europe are actually looking at. Germany basically took the wrong decision. They took the wrong decision when they decided to become heavily reliant on the Russian gas, and now they cannot undo it. At least short term. They have to do it step by step. So renewables are not a short-term solution. They might have to return to nuclear, and they would also, and by the way, Europe should go in the direction of large-scale energy storage. Renewables, nuclear, and developing our energy storage systems at all scales, including hydrogen. I'm a huge fan of hydrogen. It is the kind of technology that is not going to be viable overnight. We can generate hydrogen efficiently, we can store it and transport it, and yet there are certain economic obstacles. As a result, hydrogen basically doesn't pay off. Yeah, it would become an economic burden. Europe, in other words, would lose something. It would lose its competitive edge that we needed very much for our own safety and security too. So we need cheap and green energy, but it's not a short path, and it's a winding and bumpy road. We need to diversify our energy sources. We need to come up with new technologies. We need to build hybrid systems that will give us greater flexibility, which is what is happening at this university, and we can be quite proud of that. And you can take a peep and have a look. It's enough to visit us. The Night of Scientists is not over. Visit us. Come and see it for yourselves. You will see that what we are discussing here at our Echo Gossip show is actually taking place. It's a reality at this university, the Silesian University of Technology. Thank you very much for meeting us, Professor, and see you soon.
Co-gossip is back. And this is how we move on to water. Dr. Engineer Edyta Łaskawiec, Assistant Professor at the University of Technology, a technology in the matters of water and waste. Thank you very much for this, for having received our invitation. Good evening, because this is a night after all. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen, water. So should we drink or not to drink water from the water mains without boiling? Well, as far as the water mains water is concerned, then definitely drink, at least for environmental matters, so as to reduce the use of plastic. But we should remember that water mains water travels a long way before it gets home. That is from the water treatment station, then it goes through the water mains that may vary as far as their technical conditions is concerned, but it's generally not so bad in Poland. But we do have some water mains failures that may decrease the quality of water, and as the water moves through the water mains, it also finally gets to our internal installation at our homes and our tenement houses. And there, if in water installation is old, there may be some secondary contamination of water, so microorganisms may multiply, and this may happen at the final stage of the travel of water. This happens in older steel pipes or plastic pipes, so the quality may deteriorate. There may be some deposits. Sometimes we see some corrosion, sedimentation, which means that we should not drink water, because undoubtedly the internal condition of this water installation is not fit for safe use of water. It's very difficult to verify on your own the condition of your water installation, because we see what flows out of the tap, and if the water is does not have any suspicious hue or coloring, then I think that any one of us would simply think that the water is clean. It should not necessarily be clean from the point of view of health. Therefore, if we are not capable of verifying the quality of water on our own, then perhaps it would be better not to drink water that is not boiled. Well, I think that such organoleptic analysis that done at the laboratories may be performed at home. We can smell the water. We can see whether the smell is strong if we feel chlorine. And it does not mean that there is a high concentration of chlorine, but this chlorine is in reaction with the bacterial biofilm, which is in the installation. And we feel this strong smell. It means that the quality of water may be dubious. And if we see the sedimentation, it's also indicative of poor quality. But if the water smells right and the taste is okay, there is nothing to be afraid of. But even if we smell the smell of chlorine, then after boiling, this water may be drunk safely. Yes, boiling, or pasteurization as they call it, is the basic form of dealing with the microorganisms, and this allows us to improve the microbiological quality of water. But we need to remember that some of the chemical contamination shall not necessarily dissolve as regard of boiling, and some chemical contamination may stay. But boiling will help us to deal with decarbonization, and this is how we get rid of magnesium and calcium, although those are good for health. So what shall we do in this situation when it's very difficult to see if we are not going to be harmed by such water? Well, I think that we may rely on our intuition and just do some preliminary analysis. If water raises doubts, then perhaps we could use all sorts of devices, filters that help us to purify this water. There may be some simplest possible pot filters and more advanced devices that help us to clarify this water. But we must remember this ultra pure water is not actually the best one for us, because we need to remember that minerals in the water are actually the best for us. So during all of our meetings, we have been also talking about the environmental side of business, so to speak. So how does this or that area of life affect the environment? And this year is special as far as water is concerned. Every one of us has been experiencing directly or indirectly that there is not enough water. We have low levels of waters in riverbeds. We all hear that water must be saved due to the deficit of it. Does it mean that scientists have a recipe on the way how we can recover water from the waste, potable water from the wastewater? Yes, there are such technologies that they have already been deployed around the world. In Singapore, all of the waste returns back to the water mains after treatment, and that water is just used as potable water together with the water mains water. And more countries are using the complete wastewater recovery cycle. Also in the United Kingdom, they have introduced these talks with the residents so as to convince them that waste treatment is not something obnoxious. Yes, of course, there is this factor of repulsion difficult to address, but still we have super modern water treatment methods. For instance, membrane processes that allow us to come up with super ultra pure water of high quality. And this is complete purification of wastewater and reuse of water, maybe as waste in water mains, but undoubtedly in industry we can safely use this water, and wastewater is used in farming for irrigation, and we also actually drink that, we eat that water, so to speak. And so this water recovery cycle is a fact. It's doable, and we're already dealing with the water crisis. Therefore, we need to get used that this is going to be part and parcel of our water economy. And how about Poland? Should we already start using such solutions? Or do we still have enough water? That for us, this may be just a matter of more distant future. Well, unfortunately, Poland is a water scarce country, and we are below European average water resource level, which means that we start thinking about the closest future, nearest future, not the distant future. And we have hydrological drought that we have been observing for several years now. It's going to exacerbate the phenomena that are related to it, such as the catastrophe in the Oder River, show us the fragility of our water system. Therefore, the implementation of such technologies is necessary, and water mains companies see the need for it. They have started acting in cooperation with local authorities and in cooperation with central authorities. This must be done. So as far as the water companies are concerned, they know it. They more often than not are already tabling initiatives for us, the scientists, so that we can join some research that in the future may be used for improving the quality of water and improving water resources, because poorer quality of water means less water resources. If the wastewater is not purified adequately, this sooner or later shall affect our water resources, because our rivers are the main resource. So how about this awareness? There is a pipe and some kind of contamination, industrial contamination flows through this pipe. I'm not saying it's on a everyday basis, but it's something that we've seen, that those catastrophes, and the catastrophe on the Oder River did take place, and we were looking for reasons, trying to understand why the river was poisoned. And somewhere it's probably about industry. So it's not only about wasting water, it's also about not damaging the scarce resource that we have, but also we need to change awareness. So that even individual singular cases may be decisive for life of an entire big river. So what can we do about awareness? Awareness is changing, but changing, so it society is becoming more aware of it, which is good. There's a society that exerts pressure on the legislators and managers. So this would lead to taking certain decisions. In the case of the Oder River, someone had to stop the discharge of industrial waters into the riverbed that was basically empty at the time of discharge. So this situation has taught us a lot. It has taught us to be more sensitive, and we need to look around. We need to see what's happening in the vicinity. After the Oder case, the number of reported cases by society and alarm notifications in many different places, sites and rivers was really high, and we still receive such reports. Therefore, people have become more vigilant. They're looking. If something has happened in Poland on such a catastrophic magnitude scale, now society has become active and they notify authorities, and that is important. That is a positive effect of what happened. If we may speak of any positive results of any catastrophe, but we have become more sensitized to what is happening with the water environment. We need to think what we can do for the environment in our own backyard. So what can we do? What should we do to improve environment? How to save on use of water, and how to improve our financial, because they go hand in glove. As far as saving and money is concerned, yes, just take a walk around your house, around your flat. Look if all the water systems are watertight, like in the toilet, because it may happen that unknowingly we are losing a lot of water there. So if something is not watertight, perhaps replacement or modernization may yield a lot of result. Use shower instead of a bathtub, and many activists are encouraging for that. Also, it's worth remembering that water that we use for washing vegetables or fruit may be collected and then later on used for watering flowers. And as we are waiting for warm water to start flowing from the shower tap, we can collect the cold water to water the flowers. It's important that we use the water without salt to keep it safe for the vegetation. Also, go to your garden, look around. Is there any way of collecting rainwater? If it's a bigger garden, then perhaps a small investment in the collection of rainwater may be a really good solution, because we have drought periods coming up and then we have intensive rainfall. And if this is a housing estate, which is a small ecosystem, and we have a group of flats, and if they all agree to collect rainwater, then we do not only generate water savings that could be used for watering plants around, but we can actually avoid small floodings in the area, because we provide for better water retention, and this is how we minimize, in the case of very intensive rainfall, we can minimize the flooding of our streets. And those are the solutions that may be used when watering the garden from a water hose is simply not the best idea, given the water levels. So let us not waste what may be reused. So eco-life, in the case of using water, is doable, and one don't need to pay a lot for it. It's just about having this level of awareness that it's worth doing such things, and that it's to mutual benefit, because on the one hand, we will get better care of our environment and of ourselves, and we'll feel better, which is important. Thank you very much. Dr. Engineer Edyta Łaskawiec, thank you very much, has been our guest during this section of EcoGISP. I'm not saying goodbye, although it does get late, but we will have one more meeting ahead of us. So if you would like to join us here at Gliwice, at the campus, please join in and you will have an opportunity to talk to our scientists, because all of our scientists, after interviews, are at your service in the adjacent room. Many thanks and see you.
Good evening, and I mean it, because it is getting late. Last but not least, Dr. Engineer Marcin Górski, a professor at this university. It's a new thing, because you have been promoted recently, something that has been long due and well deserved. Marcin, because I have known you for quite a long time, you also had a project management center. You studied architecture and construction, but he's also a passionate photographer and an artist, so a jack of all trades, as you can see. Quite an interdisciplinary person, which fits this university well. This university is a university of technology, but also helps you study other areas of life, including arts and languages, and our guest is the very embodiment of such a combination. I would like to discuss your successes. By the way, we had this pleasure of watching your exhibition, Marcin Górski. Please follow him. By the way, this university has rich tradition in this area. We can discuss it at another time, but now we will focus on the natural environment related issues, and to be exact, construction. Today, with other guests, we have talked of new materials. Though it's not all that novel, it may hark back to the times of ancient Egyptians, as some claim, but also in your field of work, people look for things that would be less harmful to the environment, so that certain resources, including waste, could be put to better use. Nanogeopolymers is one of those. Geopolymers is something that we've heard of today, and now we have nanogeopolymers. So could you please tell us more of that? Those that might use such materials later. What sets those apart? Why would it be good to invest in such materials? These materials, by the way, thank you for having invited me to this session. By the way, you've said so many nice words. Now I need to catch my breath and move on to the substance. So geopolymers, a few important things have been said. There is this theory, quite attractive, that they were created in ancient Egypt. There is some evidence from Egypt and ancient India too. This material actually uses various types of waste. Even in ancient times, in ancient India, they had some basalt waste and other type of waste. They used those. And this geopolymer material is quite attractive for our times because it contains no cement. So we reduce our CO2 footprint if we use it. It doesn't need to contain a lot of water, neither does it need any sand content. Sand is a material that is finite after all. So we replace sand with industrial waste, say. That's what we try to accomplish anyway. And so geopolymers, as I said, are quite attractive. It's quite strong mechanically. And it has quite good conductivity. I mean electric conductivity. In construction, it's not always a good thing. And yet, there are certain issues that we face in construction that I have been inspecting for quite some time. What I mean by that? I mean, we have certain materials that would have dual use, so you could monitor the deformations. So what would we do is we would let electricity flow through a section of such a construction, and it would help us to trace how this construction goes out of shape, yields. And this particular material has much better electric properties, better conductivity, but it is not sufficient to use it directly. By the way, it is something that is used, applied in mechatronics and other areas. We would like to improve those qualities. We add a nano material, we reinforce it with nano materials, with graphene, with carbon pipes, and it strengthens this material. Resistance to stretching is improved, and we care about it. We make it, we seal it, and what we get is that we can monitor what happens to a given construction. Furthermore, such a construction would mean that we would have, monitoring by default, so to speak. So it would be self-monitoring, and the owner, the user, would be informed if something goes wrong. They would have time to react. So self-monitoring is of key importance, especially when it comes to security assurance related issues. And it is something that you are very much active in. And here drones kick in. They're quite popular. Before this meeting, we actually talked about drones. We talked about how drones monitor such buildings. And it's quite special, you said. When we think of drones, we think of them flying in, scanning, taking snapshots of a building, registering audio and video. And when it comes to this monitoring, construction monitoring, is completely different. Such a drone needs to work in a symbiosis with the building. It needs to actually attach itself to a building. It is a bit like you said. You can monitor buildings using drones. You can use those for monitoring various constructions. It's something that has been a thing for some time now. You can monitor skyscrapers. It is something that has been tried in China. Those drones simply look at skyscrapers to see what is happening, whether it doesn't lean to one side too much. The same is done with bridges. So yes, that is something that is actually done. We have this nice interdisciplinary team, and in that team, jointly with Professor Trzeba and Dr. Moldomina, and a team of thermodynamics experts headed by Professor Białecki, Professor Adamczyk, and Professor Ostrowski, so jointly we have developed something, an unusual platform. It approaches the construction and attaches itself to it. We call it that it actually docks there, using specialized language. It docks there, stops the rotors, and this is when measurements take place. And the adventure, basically it is all linked to carbon fibers, a special material. It is popular with construction reinforcements. People don't know at this point whether they are well or not well attached, and whether after 20 odd years they are still useful or not. Mind you, they're quite expensive, those materials. So we thought it would be good to inspect it on site in a reliable manner using thermal vision cameras, but we didn't know how to deliver those. It was a lab-developed method and quite complex at that. We had done a few attempts and we developed a whole family of drones. By the way, there is a wheeled robot that we developed too. It actually does the same thing. Now, this drone that I have in mind, it flies to a construction, attaches to it, and then it flies away and attaches itself to a different building. Basically, it can map the damage that happens to a building, and it collects different types of data, including the geometrical data. And you can have a digital image of such a building. You can use it to look at how safe and secure this building is. Well, I'm trivializing a little bit, but this is what it is about, isn't it? Yes, generally speaking. So we have come up with this method. You can see things that normally you cannot see. For it to be technically viable, we have developed this flying platform, and we are quite proud of it. Professor Trzeba actually also participates in the Night of Scientists, and he presented it tonight. By the way, the night is ongoing, so you can still make it. Please join us. All right. What you said is a very good example of how modern technologies can help us, but also how they can impact our lives. On the one hand, we have better safety and security assurance. On the other hand, scientists can collect data, and said data can be used to, forecast, to conduct research, to improve the current state of affairs. In other words, we don't wait for things to go south, to go wrong. We can basically act ahead of time. Right. Coming back to echo gossip, there is this environmental dimension to it. If you have a construction that is well taken care of and is monitored daily, it will show its gratitude by showing minor damage. And we can use different monitoring methods to capture it. Here we can use functional materials too. And we can actually capture that damage, identify it ahead of time, and then it is cheap to fix it. Now, what did we see in the 80s in Poland? We didn't have money to monitor various constructions. We didn't have money to fix them. We didn't have money to take care of them. Well, as a result, they fell into disrepair, and we had construction catastrophes. So we take simple precautions to extend the life of any given building. That impacts the environment, because such buildings, such constructions do not need to be disassembled. You don't get rubble, and rubble, by the way, is quite an issue. It is studied quite heavily. We don't need to produce new construction materials. By the way, concrete is quite popular, and concrete requires cement. By the way, we don't need to use water, extra water. In the world of construction, there is this rumor that should be shared with the public at large. So humanity uses more water in concrete than we use for drinking. So the construction sector is quite impactful. So there is this footprint, environmental footprint is there, and we can lower it by taking care of our buildings daily and systematically. By being a good manager, you can improve our natural environment situation. It's about prevention, yes, and costs drop because it is cheaper to fix simple things. It is cheaper than to disassemble or to demolish an old building, and then you have to, shut off traffic. It's a major undertaking. Instead, you can perform such daily simple tests. So, is that the way to go in construction? It is one of the priorities, yes. When it comes to the EU Commission programming, it is something that they paid special attention to because it had been neglected for decades now. You see those beautiful graphs, I'll be happy to share those. How much money was involved in other industrial sector in their development, and how much money went to construction? Now they're trying to reverse the trend. Mostly, they are not pursuing new construction, although, yes, there is this important group of new materials, including functional materials. The money, the biggest money goes to monitoring and innovative forms of construction monitoring. I believe that this is the most important trend these days. We need to protect the infrastructure that we already have. We need to be able to modernize it cheaply and adapt it to new conditions because the world has been changing. Now we have certain needs linked to our infrastructure, to our roads. Those needs have been changing. So there are those needs, but there are also expectations, because our expectations are changing too, and we can adapt what we already have. True, we don't need to develop new buildings. I mean, yes, there will always be such a need to develop new buildings, but we can take good care of the buildings that we already have, of this heritage. Mind you, not only historical heritage, but also the infrastructure, the buildings that we can use quite freely. Dr. Engineer Marcin Górski has been our guest. He's a professor at this university. And this has been our last meeting in this Echo Gossip series of meetings. Now, whenever we gossip, there is some truth to them. In our gossips, we had plenty of truth. You may try to test it for yourselves. Please join us at our campuses, and this is the only truly special Night of Scientists, the 2022 edition. Thank you for this meeting. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your questions and doubts. We will pass the questions to our excellent guests, and their answers will be posted on our websites, the websites of the University of Technology of the Silesian region. Thank you very much. Good night.